Testing, 1, 2, 3. Following that short adjournment, now have sound on the live screen. So I'll continue where I left off. I've read out the, whatever it's the start of the meeting and so on. I was just in the middle of the minutes, so I'd asked if the minutes of the 12th, 14th of January were acceptable. Can't see any complaints, so I'm going to sign those as a true record. Now to the first item of the day, which is item 5, so Church Hall. Tomlinson, you're the case officer. Hi, Lewis. Hello, good morning. So we've got speakers. Senate's at the back. Hi, Janet. And Councillor Ashton as well. You're there. And then I presume online we have Victoria Helmer, objector. Elizabeth May, objector, and Matthew Danish, objector. So, Green, Elizabeth May, yes, looks like you're there as well. And Victoria, I can't see a VH, but anyway.
I'm down as Tori Helma.
Okay, right, thank you. Good. Okay, I think we're good to go then. Lewis, if you're ready to present the item then, please. Oh, I should just say also that this item came to a previous committee and was deferred, and you'll talk about that, Lewis, won't you, I guess? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to complete here in this meeting, but then again, you'll say that, Lewis. Thank you very much. You, Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So the site is 6A Chapel Street, which is outlined in red on the screen in front of you. So the site is situated on the western side of Chapel Street. The site is a building of local interest within the Cheston Conservation Area. Adjacent to the site to the south is Cheston Tower here, which is a Grade 1 listed building and a scheduled monument. To the north, 6 Chapel Street. Here is a Grade 2 listed building, as is 5 Chapel Street to the southeast, which is also a Grade 2 listed building. The building has its main entrance from Chapel Street. So Chapel Street's here, got the main entrance to the building here. And there's clear views of the side elevation from both that road, as well as the high street, which is up here. The site is outside of the controlled parking zone. That's just a existing ground floor plan, existing first floor plan, existing elevations. So front elevation here, side elevation facing towards Chapel Street, and they're more of the existing elevations. And this is the one you can see from the high street. So the proposal is for the refurbishment, reconfiguration and extension of the existing chapel building to create an improved day nursery facility with external play area, 13 residential apartments, following part demolition together with associated landscaping and infrastructure. The proposal is to demolish the existing building at the very rear of the site. The proposal seeks to add a 4-storey extension to the southwest elevation, 1 or 2 stories over parts of the existing building. The extensions would accommodate 13 residential units, and the nursery would be located at the front of the building across all floors, including a rooftop play area. So I'll just go through the proposed plans. So this is the proposed site plan / ground floor. You've got Chapel Street on the far right hand side. You've got the high street up to the top. You can see the nursery is contained at the front of the site. Access here to nursery, bike and bin store with an external covered play with also a ramp. Access at the top is to the residential units. You've got the bin store here for the residential units, bike store, and you've got 2 sets of stair cores, and you can see units 1, 2 and 3 access from the ground floor. This is the proposed first floor. So you can see the nursery uses at the front of the building. You've got residential units to the rear. There's the 2 stair cores. So second floor, again, you've got the nursery use to the front of the building, residential units to the rear. Proposed third floor plan, again, nursery to the front, with a play area, rooftop play area here, and then 2 more residential units to the rear. So the applicant's planning statement sets out the scheme comprises conversion extensions of the existing chapel building, Snap for Kids, which has run a children's nursery from the chapel for more than 20 years since 2000. Currently has an Ofsted capacity for 106 children. The nursery serves the local and wider community, offering care and education with a creative focus to children from 0 years to 5. The setting currently employs a staff of 14, currently cares for 38 children each week. In more usual years, that number would have been between 55 to 60, and this level of provision will be retained within the new facility. As is currently the case, the nursery would likely to operate between hours of 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. daily for 51 weeks of the year, closing for a week between Christmas and New Year, as well as bank holidays. The refurbished facility is expected to have capacity for 86 children. The nursery focused on the provision of high quality childcare for the local community. Unfortunately, a multitude of unfavourable economic factors, including the need for investment into the fabric of the building, means there is an urgent need to better utilise the potential for the chapel building to generate funds that are vital to create the ability to continue to provide childcare within the setting. So, as outlined in the report, officers are recommending refusal of the application for a number of reasons. Oh, sorry, that was the proposed roof plan. So, the first reason is heritage. The scale of the proposed building conversions and extensions overwhelms and outcompetes the original building and would sit uncomfortably against the prevailing scale and massing of existing properties on Chapel Street and Church Street. The height and continual flat roof of the proposed extension is excessively larger in bulk and mass than the front section of retained building and is much larger than the surrounding fine-grained context of the area. For the above reasons, the proposal would therefore adversely affect the character, special interest, and the setting of the building of local interest, Chapel Building, harm the setting of the adjacent listed buildings, including the Grade 1 listed Chesterton Towers, and would harm the character and appearance of the Chesterton Conservation Area. The level of harm would be moderate, less than substantial. Public benefits arising from the scheme, which would include investment in the repair of the building of local interest and in helping to secure the retention of a viable nursery use on the site, do not outweigh the level of harm to the heritage assets identified. The proposal is therefore contrary to policies 55, 56, 58, 61 and 62 of the local plan and paragraphs 199, 202 and 203 of the NPPF. So I'll just run through the elevations. So you can see here you've got the proposed elevation at the top with the existing southeast elevation. At the bottom, you can see the extension here, as well as an extension here. This is the proposed northwest elevation. You've got the existing northwest elevation below. Again, you can see the extension here. This is the proposed northeast elevation. You've got the existing northeast elevation to the right, and you can see this is part of the extension here. And that's the proposed southwest elevation, the rear elevation. You've got existing to the right. These are just some key views from within the conservation area. So this is taken from the High Street, looking towards Chapel Street and the building itself in question. You've got the Google images there, just showing where the CGI image is taken from. Existing building just down here on the left. You can see the extension here and the change to this roof form. This is another CGI, so this is taken from Chapel Street, close to the building. Sorry, I seem to be missing a photo, but you can see here the extension here and also here. And again, this is a CGI taken closer to the building from Chapel Street, and you can clearly see the extension here and here. So the second reason for refusal relates to external amenity area. So within the extension, units 1 and 2, which are ground floor units, have their own front doors facing onto the passageway running along the side of the building, which is here. Also within the extension is a front door to the stair core here, which provides access to units 4, 5, 8, 9, 12 and 13. So policy 50 of the Cambridge local plan states that all new residential units will be expected to have direct access to an area of private external amenity space. Units 4, 5, 8, 9, 12 and 13, which access from the extension, do not have access to an area of private external amenity space. Units 1, 2 and 3 do have access, but would have a poor quality enclosed private external amenity space. So these units here, and you can see these are their external amenity spaces, which back on to the garages. The proposal would therefore fail to provide direct access to private amenity space, fails to provide an acceptable amenity space for units 1, 2 and 3, contrary to policy 50 of the local plan. Yeah, just going through the plans, there's first floor, as you can see, there's no external amenity space, no external amenity space either on the second floor or the third floor. and those units are accessed from the extension. The third reason relates to accessibility. So the applicant has set out with the submitted planning statement that the requirements of Part M42 of the building regulations and Policy 51 do not apply to this proposal as it's for conversion. As set out previously, units 4, 5, 8, 9, 12 and 13 are accessed purely from the extension and they should be considered as new build units. These units therefore should meet with the requirements of Part M42 of the building regulations in order to comply with Policy 51. The proposal fails to provide accessible units contrary to Policy 51 of the local plan. And then the fourth reason is overdevelopment. As the proposal fails to respect the surrounding heritage assets, provides poor future residential units, and access issues for future residents, it's considered that the proposal constitutes overdevelopment of the site contrary to policies 55 and 57 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. So members will recall this application was presented to Planning Committee in January this year. The application was deferred to consider CamCycle's comments and to conclude the viability assessment. The viability assessment has been concluded and is contained within the report. If members wish to approve the application or is refused or appealed and then allowed, Section 106 agreement will be drafted to secure an off-site affordable housing contribution. The Section 106 agreement will also include a review mechanism and a clawback clause in case the scheme generates less or more profit. Members have also received a number of emails from residents concerned about the officer conclusion on the cycle parking. These emails aren't available on the website as the personal email addresses need to be redacted first. Officers have reached an unbalanced view of the cycle parking given the constraints of the site, the fact that the proposal is a conversion extension of an existing building and the nursery is an existing use. Members should know that a site visit to the site was carried out by myself, Councillor Smart and Councillor Gorthorpe Woods on Monday. During the site visit, we visited the nursery inside and outside to look at the current disrepair of the building with the applicant, as well as looking at key views from within the conservation area. So the officer recommendation is refusal for the reasons that have been outlined in this presentation and within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lewis. Very good. So the first speaker is the applicant, Janet Robertson. So Janet, when you're ready, if you want to come to the sort of speaker bit there with the microphone, thanks. I expect you remember you just need to press the button on the right there to speak. So just before you start, James, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, if I may, did you want to clarify how much time there is? Because I think there's 3 objectors, and I don't know if you want to keep them to 3 minutes or extend a bit further because the applicant will need the same time.
I didn't know that. Okay. Have to stick to 3 minutes then between the objectors and 3 minutes for the speaker. Okay, Janet. When you're ready, Janet.
Good morning, councillors. I'm Janet Robertson, the owner of Snap, and leading this application on behalf of the nursery. The need to act as swiftly as possible to save the setting and the building remains urgent and critical, as we've explained with the application and in my previous address to this committee. Without covering too much old ground, I would just like to refresh a few points. Snap owns the freehold of the building. Snap is making the application. Snap operates as a de facto social enterprise with a working registration between 50 and 60, which has been stable over the last 10 years. Snap children are cared for in a home-from-home-like environment, and the childcare facilities are not like primary schools. The children arrive and leave at staggered times. The outdoor space is used as a learning facility in small groups. It's not a playground for noisy playtime. The design and Ofsted requirements of the nursery facility are foremost in the hierarchy of design considerations for the entire scheme. These requirements are detailed within the Department of Education's statutory framework for the early years foundation stage publication, falling within the scope of the Childcare Act 2006. Before any reopening, the refurbished nursery space within the chapel will require to be signed off as suitable within these government standards to gain the Ofsted registration needed to operate, and once that's achieved, we can then re-establish the nursery. We've worked within these standards for over 22 years, and all our future plans focus on spaces which are completely Ofsted compliant. This scheme is our way forward. It's not perfect, but it is excellent in the balance and in the solutions that it offers. We have a plan to create a building who the statutory consultees applaud as green, biodiverse and exceeding all aspects of the local authority's sustainability policy. And we're aiming to save a community asset along with 14 jobs and an early years facility that's more than ever in post-COVID times desperately needed. We are not asking for any public funds to deliver this. We just need to go on with it before it's too late, and we remain deep in point critical. We're very grateful for the comments and feedback we were able to take from the previous meeting where this application was considered, and from the meeting we held with local residents later in January. Since then, we've unfortunately not been offered the opportunity to engage with the planning officers to make changes to the current scheme. We have, however, used the time to digest the comments received and apply the learning to positively develop our thinking. It's vital to SNAP that we progress our plans as swiftly and effectively as possible without any additional delays, and we hope today to secure a clear understanding of the committee's consideration of our scheme to allow us to be confident in developing a carefully balanced response. Had we withdrawn this application, we would not have had time to resubmit a revised scheme within the 1 year allowed to the process, nor would we have a concrete response from the LPA from which to move on from. We're compelled to use the meagre finances we have very wisely, and the only option was to further this application, so we didn't have further application costs, is to move forward with the current application to its conclusion, as we're doing today. Our aim is to save a vital community asset, a facility within a community that we will continue to be part of, and we maintain our wish to work creatively and constructively with all who share our vision for a sustainable 21st century future for 6A Chapel Street. Thank you.
Janet? So you three objectors, I don't know if you all know one another, or whether you've organised to speak together, but I'm presuming not necessarily. So Victoria, is that Victoria on screen? Hello?
Yeah, that's me.
Hello, hi. So if you want to speak for about a minute or so, depending on what suits you and what you think the others might need, and obviously we'll stop. Yeah, carry on.
Just to say that we've been in touch and we are planning on each speaking individually, but we shouldn't take more than the 3 minutes between us.
That's good. Thank you, Victoria. So obviously we'll stop the clock in between speakers and so on. So, you know, and at the end of the 3 minutes, we'll finish your point, whoever is speaking at that time. It might be Matthew, I guess, he's the third speaker. So Victoria, your time starts now when you're ready.
So following the last planning meeting, the owner did reach out to the local community regarding our concerns and suggested the new plans, and we were cautiously optimistic. But since those new plans have not been forthcoming, I'm reiterating my concerns as they were previously. Just briefly, it is overdevelopment of the site. I think the planning officer has explained that very well. Too many flats, too many floors, in addition to the existing use. It's not suitable for a narrow road that Chapel Street is, that's already very well used because of the parking, the comings and goings, the bins, the cycles, the deliveries, everything for the nursery and the flats going through a very small frontage. And the road is already in poor repair. And nursery users often park dangerously and illegally on the road. And if you add a lot more traffic, whether foot or car traffic or cycle traffic, it's going to get worse. The other issue for me was the noise. The noise survey was done in the middle of lockdown, so it was not desperately helpful. I believe it also looked at the wrong side of this row of properties. We understand that the rooftop nursery is not a playground, but that doesn't mean it's going to not make a lot of noise. And so we don't think that's a fair use of the space. Many current residents are at home during the day, either because we work from home, which is where I am now, or because they work shifts. And all of the local comments, the people in Chesterton were either against or in one case neutral. So the local community does not see this as a good use of the space. And that is a concern to us, given that the owner has repeatedly said that the local community is an important factor in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Next up is Elizabeth May. Is it? I see Matt Danish at the moment. Elizabeth May, are you there? I need to turn your camera off, possibly, Matthew, for a minute.
Hello, here I am. I'm here. I'm just saying that I'm going to reiterate Victoria's things. I have met with her. I went to the meeting. The building is too large, the development. although there's some good sustainable features, but I think it's just too large. I thoroughly agree with the planning officer. And I know CamCycle wants to speak, so I'll go to them now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Elizabeth. So Matthew Danish, you're the last speaker speaking in objection. If you want to put your camera back on now, then please, and then we'll start your time. How much time is remaining, James? About a minute left. When you're ready to start, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so speaking on behalf of CamCycle, we are asking that the recommendation for refusal be upheld, and that one of the reasons for refusal should be the failure to comply with Local Plan Policy 82 due to non-compliant cycle parking design and inadequate quantity. The applicants have claimed that there are 16 cycle parking spaces for the residences. However, the rooms provided for cycle parking the room provided can only accommodate 14 spaces, according to the local plan specifications. As such, this renders several spaces wholly unusable. And furthermore, there are only 4 cycle parking spaces for the nursery, which is very low, much lower than the specification, especially for Cambridge. Access to both cycle parking rooms requires passage through multiple sets of doors, which is especially difficult for people using cargo cycles or towing trailers to transport children, as many will do here. We certainly hope. It is also strange that the applicants have placed bins behind those nursery cycle parking spaces. This means that the bins will be inaccessible during most times that cycles are parked here, which is, we feel, an environmental health hazard. So in summary, we ask that the recommendation for refusal be upheld, and it should be under policy 82 as well, due to non-compliant cycle parking design and inadequate quantity. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And finally, we have Councillor Ashton to speak. When you're ready, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I just want to make a statement about one of the reasons I gave at the last committee. Social media came alive apparently after I appeared. I don't do social media, but I've been informed. I pointed out that Councillor Bird and Councillor McQueen were in favour of this application because I'd left messages and there'd been no messages from Jerry to object to it. Jerry has been ill, as most people know. I've since seen Jerry in person and spoken to her, and the reason Jerry objected to this on social media was that at the time she felt that the council would be building these flats because at the time Jerry was involved, Hill, our partnership builder, was looking at building on this site. Subsequently, Hill pulled out of that agreement, which meant the applicant had to find an alternative builder to do this. Subsequently talking to Jerry, Jerry is still in favour of this principle of development on this site. Jerry recognises that the local community need to feel happy with this and also that the application needs to be passed before committee. So I'd just like to put the record straight that I wasn't trying to mislead the committee last time round, but that Jerry and Carla McQueen are in favour in principle of development subject to meeting the right conditions. Also, just like to point out for social media users, one of the comments I believe was that the applicant used to be Scottish, but she's not Scottish anymore. Well, I can confirm that the applicant is Scottish and remains Scottish. I can also point out that social media said that the applicant is very well known for buying developments and selling them off to the Chinese. I can confirm again, this would not be sold off to the Chinese. Right, I am disappointed that the planning committee is less in number than what we had last time round, because obviously there were a lot of very good comments made by the committee members who aren't here today, which the applicant has gone away and addressed. One of the things, again, for the deferral, as Councillor Bajer mentioned, that at planning committees, we can apply conditions to applications and did raise the question about could conditions be attached to this application. So the applicant went away looking at what had been said by the committee members and has been raised by one of the objectors, has gone considerably to overcoming the concerns that were raised regards to overdevelopment, lifts in the building, and amenities, and the number of children. The applicant was hoping that this could be put forward today as a conditions attached, but this has not been the case. Again, this is the third planning officer on this application, and again, if this goes against the applicant and has to be a resubmission, I believe we'll be on the fourth planning officer for this application. This application is, in a sense, what is not going to be seen, really, because the applicant is well aware of people's concerns, but needs to push on and hopes that the committee realise that she's gone away and listening to the concerns. So it's a pity that, yet again, we couldn't find time to put the conditions in that the applicant has shown to the objectors who came and met on site. There are a lot of concerns regards the size of the building and what can be done to it. But again, in Cambridge, we have a history of buildings which disappear and become overcrowded. We only have to look at Newmarket Road now, where Cooper's has been allowed to be knocked down and an hotel is being built on there with no parking whatsoever. The background really is, and the bottom line is that this building is not fit for purpose at the moment, and the applicant is doing the best it can to make sure that this can carry on and fulfilled not just the need now, but the coming need in the future. We've already said that Cambridge is an unfair city, that it needs more community space. This will tick all those boxes without it costing the council 1 penny of money. And we've been told many times about how tight money is nowadays. So I think we need to look long and hard to see what we can do regards this application. And I do hope, in a sense, that conditions could be attached that would, in a sense, meet all the criteria. So, like I say, I don't want to go through all the list I went through before. There was a big list before. One of the conditions for refusal is heritage, but I still think my understanding is the heritage officer hasn't visited site. That can be put right, maybe, if somebody can confirm that. But the heritage officer hasn't visited site to put their concerns down. It's not a listed building. And in fact, this building would be, shall we say, 100% improved by what's going to go on regards its longevity. The background is, if this cannot go ahead in some form, this building will basically fall down. And we know what developers do in this city. They're like vultures waiting for the prey to die, and then they'll swoop. And then they'll use all their craftiness in saying, this is what we can build on this site. And it won't be 12, 10, 13 developments. You can bet there'll be something like 30, 40 apartments put in there and justifications why they can be used. So again, I would ask the committee to think long and hard, put good questions to the planning officer, see maybe what conditions can be attached to this application so it can be moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You can carry on sitting there if you want, Councillor, or whichever. Thank you. So just before we start the debate, just clarify a couple of things, what's been said. So when Councillor Ashton referred to Jerry, that's the first name of Councillor Bird, so Councillor Jerry Bird, just in case people don't know online. There was also a mention of Chinese people, so that's not a planning matter. But I just want to also say politically, the city is, we welcome people from all nationalities, including Chinese people. So just to be clear on that. So people of Chinese heritage are welcome to come and live in our city. Although I know there is an issue with property ownership in the city, but I don't think we can pick on people of one particular nation to talk about that problem, because it is a problem for local people to be able to live in this city. I understand that practical point too. So open to debate, councillors. Councillor Dryden.
To start off with, just a question actually. One of the reasons for refusal, it says the proposal fails to provide acceptable external amenity space for residents of all the flats. Now, I'd just like to ask a question. A few years ago on the planning committee, there were some flats built in, I think it was the Romsey area, and the same, that it was given approval, but one of the members asked about the amenity space, and the answer back from the officer was that it was so near Coldham's Common that they used that as a reason that it didn't have to have the required space. Now, has that been, because I understand there was a open space play area right near this building, has that been used in this application as a reason it could pass that?
Thank you, councillor. So I'd encourage councillors to get all their points across when they speak. We can always go round again if necessary, but it'd be good to get all the questions for the officer and then come back only if necessary to pick up other points. Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is a really difficult one because, as I said previously, I'm completely supportive of the principle of development. I would love to see this as a thriving nursery, but we're in a really difficult position now because we can only judge the plans on the table. You know, and I must admit, probably like other members, I was hoping with the deferral we might come back, as we've seen previously, with some different plans. But and I'm sure Councillor Ashton appreciates what I made last time, but this has been reiterated by the Design and Conservation Panel, talking about fire access, talking about how do you get perhaps ambulant disabled people from a 4th floor with no lift. You know, it's cutting the size of the nursery. And, you know, I totally understand it's your business. I'll look you over here because I'm addressing yourself, but through the chair, obviously. But for me, I mean, I do agree the cycle parking is not good. And I mean, I think I would probably want to add a reason for refusal about the cycle spaces, mainly because it picks up on the reason that the new build part of it, for me, should have decent cycle provision and some of that. So for me, I think cycle spaces is important and policy 82. You know, I mean, I've said this before, the roof terrace is unusable for any people with disabilities who are wheelchair users. 4 floors without a lift for anyone, even ambulant disabled, I think they're described. It's really difficult for children who are under 3. Any stairs are a challenge, and fire exits would be a huge worry. There's too many flats at the back. They haven't got amenity space, and they should have. But that isn't to detract from the fact that this could be a really amazing nursery space. But I cannot see any way to approve this today. I'm really sorry. It's the scale of massing is out of keeping. And it's just frustrating because obviously I appreciate you've got an architect to do this, but I can't understand how the architect could put that forward as a better solution than having a ground floor nursery, which you can obviously meet the Ofsted requirements in terms of putting walls in and rooms and toilet facilities and things like that. But for me, I'm afraid that, you know, we're talking as well about some of the windows will need to be fixed shut, I think, was in an extra bit of the report. But there's no amenity space either, so we're building flats that don't have opening windows and don't have amenity space. So for me, I'm afraid I can't see any way to support the issues, but that isn't to say I don't support the general principle of development, and I would urge the owner, and I'm sure Councillor Ashton can help, as he's an experienced member of the Planning Committee, in getting this to come forward again with some plans that we can look at in a positive way. So I'm sorry to be negative, but equally, I couldn't live with myself if I approved a nursery, potentially, and flats that didn't provide the best thing, and particularly possibly left children without an open space if they're disabled, or those who don't walk up and down stairs where they'll get stuck on the top floors and couldn't get down. So I'm sorry, but that is kind of where I'm sitting at the moment, Chair. I apologise, there weren't many questions in that either, were there? Thank you.
Thanks, councillor. If you don't mind, I'll just correct you. I mean, you're not being negative and you don't need to say sorry. We as members of this committee are looking at the evidence and making a decision. That's what we need to do. But I understand why you said that. But you did end by saying, you'd listen, and I think that's the thing to do. Let's not necessarily make a decision immediately. Let's listen to all of us councillors together in the round and come to a decision together when we vote. So, anyone else want to speak, or shall I go next? Okay, I'll go next. So, just to say before I sort of start, it was also said, this is a question by me, I guess, that the heritage officer had not visited the site. So just to ask the case officer if that is a pertinent factor and maybe to comment on that if necessary. So just in terms of the item, this is an intensive use of a site. The reasons for refusal are, as Councillor Power has alluded to, almost overwhelming. The situation of the site is not perfect. It's a mixture of very fine buildings and the opposite. Some of the buildings in that vicinity are not so attractive at all. But nevertheless, this particular proposal will have a harmful impact, as it says in the summary in the report, on the chapel building and surrounding heritage assets. So the fact that the proposal fails to provide external amenity space for residents of flats is very concerning. I know that we have spoken about using different amenity space in the past on different items, but it's still a big concern, especially as we've learned from COVID. Obviously, it's we learn as we go on, and people need space. They need amenity space in order to live and, to a certain extent, to work, if people do work from home, as some do. A big concern for me is the lack of accessibility for all flats. So the officers laid all that out. I won't reiterate, but that is a major concern for me. And I don't know if these points that the officer has listed in the report are in order of priority, but that would probably come further up the list for me. It does seem like an overdevelopment of the site in any sort of practical terms. 13 flats, a nursery, hardly any space around it, straight onto the street. When I visited before, you can see people in cars outside, and hopefully, with regard to the lack or limited cycle parking that's proposed, that doesn't meet the policy requirements, is not policy compliant, in the sense that we have a policy and it should be meeting it, but we're allowing it in this case. The officer's allowing it because of it being a refurbishment, I guess. One can only hope that parents and children would come on foot if they don't come by cycle, but that can't always guarantee that'll be the case. But then also, as we said before in committee, with residential developments, we can expect motorised traffic. And if only because of deliveries, people ordering food and all sorts, that we're going to get vehicles outside, and there seems to be no place for them to go particularly. It's been mentioned that the community is not in favour of this development by some people who have spoken, and there's a long list of objectors. There's also a long list of supporters. It's not a planning matter where the supporters live, but you can see from the list, and I won't comment on that, addresses of the objectors and supporters. I think that's always a concern. I always look at residents and what they're saying about an item that we've got on the table to consider. And putting that to one side, and that's a major factor, just thinking about this development in this locality is a concern. And I'm concerned for residents. We have to obviously balance our concerns for giving a fair chance to an applicant, but also in terms of what residents expect us to do when we have an application on the table for something that isn't there already, but wants to be in that community and take a sort of active and neighbourly role in the community. So I'll just finally finish on, I've listed the reasons for refusal as listed in the report, but there are a couple of others really that are in my mind. Firstly, I'll just mention the lack of cycle parking, which I think in the city, this is the biggest cycling city in the UK. People do cycle in Cambridge. They might not in some other places, but they do here. So one would expect users of the flats, but also the nursery, to want to cycle. I've been a parent. I'm still a parent. They're older now. But you know, I wanted, as far as I'm concerned, they had a didactic upbringing, you know, they did the right thing. They cycled, they crossed the road carefully, all of that sort of thing. So if I was a parent at this nursery, I'd be wanting to bring my children to nursery either on foot or by bike. And if there's no place to put the bike, that's not a good situation. Finally, something that hasn't really been mentioned but occurs to me is the design and construction of this building. I think it is sort of mentioned, but the scale, form, mass, material, I mean, even the apparent colour of the brick of the new part of the development is an awful contrast, in my opinion, with the existing order brick. You know, the architect has done, I guess, the best job they can. I don't think it's good enough. I think it's jarring. It doesn't look good. I think another proposal could come back to the table, maybe with a different design. But aside from the scale and the mass of the building, I just think the design of it does not look attractive. The fact that the front of the building is raised up higher is, to my mind, a no-no, really. It just doesn't really work on that facade. The fact that the back of the building goes up higher, and then you can see that from the streets and relative to the other buildings around it, doesn't work either. So, and design and the look of the building is a planning matter. So that is a concern also, and that's why I'm saying it. So I think I'll finish there, and I think Councillor Bajan, you wanted to speak as well, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, really, isn't it? And what one person finds attractive, somebody else might find unattractive. It's always difficult in these older spaces to find something that draws a balance because it's different. And so it is in the eye of, fortunately or unfortunately, us as individuals here today to make that sort of decision. We exist as a buffer, not a buffer, but as an intermediary between the applicant and the public and planning officers, and we listen often to the planning officers and generally are led by them, and we all get on very well in that way. But there are times when we may tend to differ with what the officers are saying. I find this as one of those times when this building, I have to judge in my mind, will this building be knocked down and fall down, and will, next thing we see is a block of flats that doesn't fit in at all, but passes all the other things and gets accepted. I know I'm not supposed to being a councillor. It's there for community use. It also happens to provide accommodation for 13 families or groups of people or 13 single people. It's not perfect. I can accept that. And I think at the last meeting I made an argument that the applicant should go back to officers and perhaps seek some changes to make it easier for us to approve it. And the applicant's done that. But I'm a bit confused as to why we weren't able to listen to those changes and see them in this application today. So that, in a way, is really clouding what I'm thinking. Have we acted sort of prejudicially to this application because it came to committee and then officers said reject and the councillors said, no, hang on, we don't really want to reject this. We would like to see if something could be done to make it acceptable. And the applicant's gone back to officers to ask, can we change some ideas, I understand. I'd like to know, A, what those ideas were, and B, why we rejected the opportunity to change the design when this committee had made it abundantly clear that they wanted that to happen. So perhaps the officer could tell us that. I've still got a few more points, but I really, my whole feeling about this balances on the fact that, are we dealing with this applicant fairly? What I'm here to see, fair play. So I'd like to know what the applicant wanted to change and why the officers refused it. Because councillors here said they wanted it to happen.
Thank you, councillor. I mean, you seem to be saying there that the reason for a deferral was so that the applicant could come forward with a different scheme. That wasn't my understanding, councillor, but I'm sure the officer will make it that clear when he replies to our questions. You said there were some other things you wanted to say, councillor?
Yeah, there will be some other things, but I think what the officer says is important to me. I specifically remember locking eyes with the applicant when I made the point that I think that we ought to defer this so that the applicant can look at some of the things we are talking about as councillors and go back to the officers and deal with that. And so I definitely said it, and I think Councillor Pora said exactly the same. So I know the minutes said that it went back because of you, but that's academic. So I repeat the question, really. What did the applicant offer to do? And why did we refuse that offer?
Thank you, councillor. Just also to say, you asked why the officer is refusing the scheme. Obviously, that's set out in the report, just to be clear for listeners online. So, councillor Dryden, you wanted to speak again?
Yeah, well, thank you for Councillor Bajan. He's more or less answered some of the questions I was going to ask and put what I was going to say, because unfortunately I couldn't make the last meeting, so I'm not as up to most of the councillors did. Some of the things you say about the flats have already got round, but the lifts were mentioned. I understand that the applicant has offered to have lifts there, but we as a planning authority here, we passed blocks of flats in Cambridge not long ago in the railway, near the station area. Block of flats there without any lifts. So what is the policy then? You want lifts, some flats and some not. And I think you want to go around Cambridge and see some of the stuff we have approved already, which I think this is probably far better than some of the stuff we have approved. So I find consistency is not here at the moment.
Councillor? Right, we'll go back to Lewis now, then let him round up on those questions, and then we can always come back for a further round of questions. I believe that you want to ask some more, Councillor Bajan, at least. So, Lewis, can you, they weren't all questions, but if you could answer the questions that you heard there, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I'll try to do these.
Get louder, please, Lewis. Hold the microphone up a bit or something.
Apologies.
Thanks.
Is that okay? So Councillor Dryden raised the fact that we have approved other schemes without external amenity areas. I don't know the full details of which applications are being referred to, but every application is obviously assessed on its own merits. There was probably a period of transition between the old local plan and the new local plan, where we did take a more relaxed view on external amenity space, but following various committees and external amenity space and the provision of high quality amenity for future residents became quite a hot issue. Then there's been a much kind of stricter position on that. But yes, there is always a number of factors to consider when assessing an application, such as conservation area impact, overlooking from balconies, distance to areas of open space. But in this case, given the other reasons and other harm identified as part of the application, we've put forward that reason for refusal on external amenity space. So there's the reason there that obviously some units don't have external amenity space, and then the units that do have it is quite poor given the wall of the garages and kind of the constrained space. I think that kind of carries across to just the most recent point about lifts as well. Again, there's a number of factors looking at with policy 51. The schemes that I know that don't have lifts usually have a viability report. associated with them about the provision of a lift and kind of the extra cost of maintaining that lift and putting it in, or the increase in height. But again, every application is assessed on its own merits, and this is a reason included on this application. I can confirm that the conservation officer has been to site. So while I'm the third case officer on this application, I was the case officer on the original pre-app. Both myself and the conservation officer attended that site at least once during that pre-app, so she has been to site. We have noted that members are concerned about cycle parking. We've drafted a reason, so at an appropriate time, I can share that reason if required. In relation to deferral, I'll just tackle part of it and I'll pass to Toby or Nigel to add to it. But my understanding is, yes, why some of the members were requesting amendments, we have to assess the scheme in front of us today. The reasons why the application was deferred was to assess CamCycle's comments and to conclude the viability appraisal. It's not normal practice to accept amendments in between committees, but I'll pass to Toby or Nigel just to add to that point. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, any questions not answered, councillors? Any more questions, councillors? Speak. Just put your microphone on, please. Councillor, if you speak, please.
I've had part of my question answered. I'd like to hear the rest of the answer before I continue.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I thought Lewis had finished, but what's not been answered?
Well, I thought the officer said he was going to leave it to Toby or to Nigel to make some more comments.
Sorry, I've missed that. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So after the last committee, I was in touch with the applicant, and we advised as officers that we felt that the changes that would be required to address the concerns would be quite significant, and that my recommendation was to explore those changes through the pre-application process. But as I understand it, the applicant has said that it's to pursue this application now. But we simply felt that the changes were too significant. If they'd been minor changes that might have made a difference to our recommendation, then perhaps we might have been able to consider them. But I also understand that the applicant needs the number of units that are proposed, so there wasn't a sort of simple solution of just taking out a number of units. So it was felt that the best way to explore alternative schemes would be through the pre-application process and then the resubmission of another application. So I hope that's answered the question, Chair.
Thanks, Nigel. So, Lewis, I presume you finished as well. So back to councillors then. Councillor Bagent, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm very uncomfortable about this idea. I think that myself and Councillor Pora, if I'm correct, were anticipating we would see a changed scheme. And it seems maybe a lack of communication, let's put it like that we aren't looking at a changed scheme today. I heard what Nigel said, and I understand that maybe that would not be normal to change a scheme partway through the planning process, but I don't see there's any, I don't know if there's a reason why we couldn't have done that. So I'm sort of in the point again of saying, why can't we do that? And if we could do that, can we defer it again and take it away and get it changed? And the points that the people made, I know I'm getting signs from the back, but of course we can't have this communication. But there's obviously something out there that I don't understand. I think the applicant indicated they wanted to change the scheme and they couldn't. And I hear the officers say that they didn't think it was preferable. But I think there's middle ground there, and that's what we're here for, to create that middle ground and use that middle ground. I'd like to see because I had a reason for deferral, and I'd like to hear what Councillor Pora thinks, if I may, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, As I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, officers, the applicant is in charge here. They put the scheme forward and it comes to us. They can take advice from officers, but it's only advice. They are the ones that are in charge of deciding what they do as applicants. And then we, the committee, decide on what we see in front of us. And that's what we've got today. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. So I do agree with Councillor Bajan that when we moved to defer, it wasn't the reason we gave though, so I think technically the reasons were not that, but we did mention it. However, I had envisaged, were this to have come back with amendments, that there would be considerably fewer flats, there would be a nursery on the ground floor, and that would be the kind of thing that to me would suggest it might potentially change the recommendation. My concern now is if we were to defer, given that I understand the applicant isn't willing, from what Nigel said, to reduce the numbers or to put the nursery on the ground floor, because actually I know we've mentioned lifts. For me, the lift in the nursery is more critical than the lift in the flats. And actually, having read the design and conservation panel, where they're explicit that they have concerns about fire safety for children getting from the fourth floor, even if they don't have disabilities, I have to say now, I think that deferring would actually almost give the applicant false hope, because at the moment, I can't see, if there's no reduction in the number of flats, there's no increase in amenity space, and there's no suggestions to move the nursery, I feel I'd be giving false hope, and that by bringing it back again and again, then you'd end up with a rejection potentially, and another year or two of. So for me, I think, given Nigel's comments, that the officers felt that the changes made were so significant it couldn't be dealt with as, in effect, a kind of non-material amendment, I suppose, what we'd call it if we were doing it through chair's action. I come back to the issues about, I can't see how it can be resolved, though I do take Councillor Bajan's point that it would have been helpful to see what was proposed, so I suppose at least we could take a view as to whether that what the officers have said would be something we'd agree with. But from what Nigel said, I would be concerned that deferring again would not resolve the issue if it's such a substantial change and that the applicant isn't in a position to make the changes that certainly I have indicated would be necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so Nigel wants to say something first, so go ahead, Nigel.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I need to be a little bit careful when I say the applicant won't reduce the number of flats, because I'm getting some signs from the applicant that, that maybe I misspoke. That was my understanding, but I may not be absolutely, correct about that. But the critical point for me is that generally a deferral is for extra information. This is the scheme that's in front of us. This is the scheme the applicant wants considered at the committee. And I think there could be an opportunity to discuss alternatives, but I don't think that the appropriate mechanism for that is through deferral to go away and quite significantly alter the scheme. We have got a pre-application process for that purpose, and we would be very happy to engage with the applicant and involve conservation officers in that discussion around some changes that could perhaps lead to a much more positive outcome. I just don't think deferral to go away and do that is the correct approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Bajan.
Yeah, unusual, but would it be possible to ask the applicant or their councillor to tell us the the changes to the proposal that they were prepared to offer? Because I think this is really important. Anybody in this room wants to turn this down. We all want to be on side because it's a community asset. It's going to be for extra accommodation. It's for a nursery. And I'm sure that we can solve this problem. And this is given to this committee to look at problems. And I'm trying to be as calm as I can in saying, Chair, can we ask the applicant's councillor or themselves to tell us what changes they were prepared to make?
Dryden?
Councillor Bajan beat me to it again. I was going to ask Councillor Ashton speak again.
No, councillors, that I, as chair, can ask speakers to speak again, should it be useful for this committee. And if you feel as councillors it would be useful, then let's do that. But I'm perplexed at what you think we can get from that, because we have an application on the table. We can't be discussing what an application might be in the future orally with people in the room. We need something written down in front of us on the table. So if Councillor Ashton or the applicant choose to say that they could do this or that, then it's of no consequence. We can't make a decision based on what might be the case. We can make a decision on what is the case. Who would you like to speak, Councillor Ashton or the applicant, Helen? Or both? Both. Okay. Please do come forward.
Chair, can I
Yes. Go
advise
ahead,
caution
Keith.
on how far this part of the debate goes? I don't think it would be appropriate, in the light of the explanation that Nigel has given you about a pre-application process, that you invite comments from the applicant as to what they are prepared to change on this application.
So you've heard what the legal advisor is saying, councillors. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I respect both our legal advisor and our delivery manager, and I respect all our officers. But here is somebody in between that. I understand from what was said that they asked to change in this pause period that we set up. And I understand that myself and Councillor Pora, at least, and I believe that Katie Thornborough was of a similar mind, was hoping, because we all spoke in that vein, that it would come back as a changed process. And so the deferral would have produced a different set of plans. Now, that might not be the norm, and I understand from the legal officer that the last thing we want to do is break the law, don't we? The last thing we want to do. Well, at this moment anyway. So I just feel a straightforward question would be, were the applicants prepared to drop it by 2 flats? Were they prepared to move the nursery to the ground floor? And what did we actually, for whatever reason, and I don't believe there was any malice in that at all, we wouldn't let them do it, because that's what we sent them back to do, in my opinion.
Well, firstly, I've said already, councillor, that my understanding was the scheme was deferred because of the lack of campsite information in the report. Sorry, and the viability study. So not to do with telling the applicant to go and redesign the scheme, but you have your own opinion on that. Secondly, I think, Helen, please do speak, but be aware that the legal officer has advised me to have you not speak. So please be careful what you say.
Thank you very much for offering me the opportunity. It's much appreciated. We did take on board the comments from last committee, and if I can just offer some comfort, our revised scheme has lost 2 flats. We are now at 18 bed spaces. We have designed something that no longer involves lifting the front of the building at all. That will not be touched. The roof has gone from flat to apex. There is a lift for the nursery space, and the nursery space is now over ground floor +2 with a play space which is acoustically treated. All of the flats have balcony amenity. So we have taken on board the comments completely, and we believe we do have revisions that will give comfort to all of the comments. We simply ask to be given guidance on process as to how quickly we can move forward and at the most reduced cost. For us, cost is what guides most because we have 0 money. The quickest way to be able to have opinion back on those revisions is what we seek advice on today, please. That's what we're asking for. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And I do apologise. I think I called you Helen, Janet. I'm sorry.
It's my middle name.
Is it? Oh, we're not too bad then. Okay. But anyway, I apologise. Can I just, thanks for that. So can I ask Nigel just to clarify what you've said and what that means, please? Because I think in terms of that might be something you're planning to do, but that's not what we've got on the table today. So just that, please, Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to make that point, that that's not the application that we've got on the table today. I mean, clearly the applicant has gone away and considered alternative designs, but that's not what's in front of members today. So I imagine that will come forward at a later date as a follow-up application. But you know, again, that's not what we're considering today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. I've been asked by another public speaker if they can speak again. I don't feel the inclination to do that because the only reason I've asked you to speak, Helen, Janet, and Councillor Ashton is because members of this committee have asked for that to happen. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. So, hang on a minute. So, just to say now, Councillor Ashton, if you'd like to come to the speaker then, please, if you have something to say in response to what Councillor Bajan has asked about.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. It echoes what Councillor Bajan said. This committee should be treating applicants fairly, and it's been obvious from the start this has not been treated fairly. It's taken a real convoluted route to get to this stage, and the applicant has always wanted to work with the council officers to have a scheme that meets everybody's wishes. And at every turn, it seems to have been thwarted. So I'll thank the committee for raising their questions again. And as I pointed out at the start of my deliberation earlier, at the last committee meeting when it was deferred, Councillor Bajan asked that could conditions be attached to this planning application, so when it came back, they could be judged on that. And my understanding is the applicant was told there wouldn't be sufficient time for her to draw up those conditions. So the application that had to come today had to be the one that came last time round. But the applicant wants to push on. And so again, she wanted confirmation in a sense from the committee today that the problems with this application come round the lift, the balconies and the size of the building. So what we're hoping today again is that you've confirmed that if the building is reduced in size because the flats will be reduced, lifts will be installed, which originally the applicant did want to put in, but the planning officer said weren't needed, that the balconies would be the other way, which they were, and the planning officer told them that wasn't an issue. So again, the applicant wants to work with the officer to produce a scheme that's suitable to everybody. So like I say, thank you for listening. We just seem to be nearly getting there now. We're on the final stage, maybe the finishing line is in sight.
Thank you, Councillor. So I just need to say, contrary to your view, I feel that the application process has been utterly transparent and clear to me, at least. And also I feel that we have treated the applicant very fairly, as we do all applicants, in my opinion. Councillor Bajan.
I must agree, Chair. I disagree with Councillor Dryden about the fact that it's not gone very well, or it appears that we're not.
Councillor Ashton, do you?
Sorry?
Councillor Ashton.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, well. No. I disagree with Councillor Ashton. I think that people have tried to help, but it hasn't worked. And I feel that it's been a lack of communication, lack of understanding. I don't want to turn this down. We've heard from the applicant that they spoke to the officers about reducing the flats by 2. Now, we're not going to negotiate on the floor here. Clearly, we're not going to do that. I don't want to see that happen, because that would be an awful thing to do. It would set a precedent that it's the last thing that I want to get involved in. Would we, Nigel, send this back again?
Through the chair, please, Councillor.
Could we, Chair, to Nigel, send this back again for the flats to be reduced by 2, the balconies to be done, this lift to be put in, the roof to be lowered, the nursery to be lowered and brought down a floor? Could we look at all these things again with the officer and the applicant working together to try and achieve an outcome that might be a recommendation, rather than us being put into a position where our arms are up our backs almost to refuse it, when it's just a waste of time to refuse it, because the applicant is talking different to what's on the table, and they tried to change it, and we seem not to want to do that. And that doesn't make sense to me.
Any more debate, councillors? Perhaps I better let Nigel respond to that first. I think perhaps if you go ahead then, Nigel, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd say two things. Firstly, that we need to be consistent in the way that we handle applications, and we only allow relatively minor amendments to applications. Anything that's more significant needs to be a new application, and that's how we operate. And the other thing I would say is that we've been asked today by the applicant to consider the application that's in front of us. So there is a process whereby amendments can be considered, and we've offered that, and I think that's the correct approach here to discussions, or the applicant could decide to resubmit a further application, taking on board the comments that have been made. But we've been asked by the applicant today to consider the application that's on the table today. And as I say, in order to be consistent, I think the changes that are required are too great to be considered to be an amendment to an existing proposal. This is the proposal that members you're being asked to consider today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I do agree with Nigel. Again, nobody is objecting to the principle of development, but actually this committee is about the detail, and we don't have that detail here, and I do think it is major. However, I do wonder if we can offer some assistance to the applicant. I know we often offer some pre-app with limited fees if there is a charity element. I know not always for the house building part. And I also wonder if officers might separately consider advising the applicant about surely there must be grants for things like this as well, for community use for a building. I appreciate it's not a direct planning matter, but I do feel that if this does go to rejection, it would be nice to know that we could offer as much support as possible. Because, this is a, building in a conservation area, and I suppose it's great to hear there might be some changes, but, without seeing them, we don't know if they would be compliant and what we'd think of them. So I don't know if, separately to the planning, it might be possible for some of our officers to actually work with the applicant to offer some comfort about where they could look for other funding. And also, I think, definitely stress to go back through pre-app, because obviously it depends on the design. Everything's so critical for design, and particularly so where you've got buildings of local interest and conservation areas. So I have to say, I think I agree with Nigel. I think deferral might just end up in this happening again in a couple of months, because I doubt that would give enough time to get the proper plans and all of the bits you need and all the consultation again. So, but I do want us to be able to support a community enterprise, which I think is what we're all saying. I think that's what's coming across. So I don't know if Nigel or Lewis could comment on whether we have any links we could talk about to help them. Because ideally, if you could get some money towards it, you could have fewer flats potentially and more nursery space, which would obviously be an amazing outcome. So I don't know if Nigel could comment on that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Nigel can comment. I just want to say, though, we're getting into the realms of a strange debate here. We're not debating the item anymore. We're talking about other things, and that's not appropriate for this committee. But Nigel, please reply.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And through you, Chair, I have offered the applicants free pre-app. I've offered to waive all the fees for the pre-app and to work with the Conservation Officer. And I have recognised that this has been through 3 different case officers. There are various reasons for that, but that's obviously not an ideal process. I recognise that. And we have offered to provide as much help as we can with an alternative scheme. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel. So we're all doing our best, officers and members. Just to be clear that refusal isn't a negative outcome. It's part of the planning process, refusal or approval. There are 2 choices amongst others. The applicant, of course, if they get a refusal, can choose to appeal. or they can choose to resubmit another application, or both at the same time, should they wish, if that's more effective. So there are routes to succeed, and we have our part in the process today. Councillor Bajan, I think I'm coming to a conclusion on this debate, really, but if you have something new to say, please do.
Yeah, I'm all in favour of coming to the end, Chair. If it's refused, this is a technical question, if it's refused, do they have to pay a new fee for application?
Is that the end of your questions, Councillor?
Well, I was thinking if they do, maybe they might want to withdraw it. And then they still, their current application is live on the existing cost.
So I'll ask Lewis to respond to that, but just to say I'm not sure that's a planning matter, Councillor, but Lewis, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So my understanding is if a decision is made on the applications, either refused or approved, they have 12 months to resubmit without being charged again for a planning fee.
Thanks, Lewis. I just had a word in my, for Nigel to say, maybe Toby would respond. Is that correct, Toby? Do you want to just confirm that, please?
That's correct, Chair, provided it's substantially the same proposal and it, from the sounds of the potential revisions, it would fall within the realm of the fee being not required on a resubmission. So a free go.
Thank you. Is that sufficient, Councillor Bajan? Thank you. So I think we're going to go to the vote. Can't see any more debate. So I just want to be absolutely clear here for everyone concerned, especially the applicants, that there was some indication by some councillors that somehow some changes might mean that a future application would be accepted. That's not the way it's going to work. If we see a new application come to this committee, we will consider that application on the table on its own merits, not on what's been said today. So just to be clear, so everyone understands. In that case, let's go to the vote then. So Nigel, if you can read out the recommendation, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is one of refusal for the reasons that are set out in the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. So all those in favour of that recommendation?
That's to support the officer recommendation, Chair.
All those against the officer's recommendation?
2 against, Chair. It's like it's down to Chair's casting vote.
So my casting vote goes with the vote I just made. So the officer recommendation is supported, the item's refused. So thanks very much for that very interesting debate. And Councillor Pora, yes?
Can I just ask whether we're going to add the cycle parking on? And I would personally like to slightly amend reason 2, just to add the fixed windows and lack of amenity. Or do we not?
It's too late, Councillor, I'm afraid.
Oh,
We needed to
I
do
thought
that
we
before.
did that because it goes
I think
to...
we got slightly tied up in our convoluted
Oh, I thought
debate.
it went to a major app adjourned protocol. But no, but
Nigel will respond.
I don't mind, it's fine. I think we've made our points in the meeting anyway, but I just wanted to be clear.
I think when there's a member overturn, and there's usually a discussion over the reason of refusal, but in this instance, the recommendation was refusal. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you, councillors. Thank you, speakers. Let's have a break now then. We've been at this one for 1 hour and 40 minutes or ish, 1.5 hours. So if we come back at 1:45, just have a break, stretch your legs, and then we'll come back for the next item. Thank you. Claire to make us live again then, please. Claire. Welcome back, everyone. So the next item of Planning Committee today is item 6 on the agenda, 511 Caldham's Lane. So Dean Scrivener is the officer on this. We've got 2 speakers, Tim Rainbird, the agent, and Councillor Ashton, local councillor. So, Dean, when you're ready, can you present the item then, please? Hold on a minute. Okay, there's the delay on the thingamajig online, so just hold on, Dean. We're going. Okay, good. Right, Dean, when you're ready then, please present the item.
Thank you, Chair. Just to check you can all hear and see me okay. Can you see that okay, Chair? Can you just clarify that you can all hear and see the presentation on the screen, please?
Yes, can do, Dean. I can see the presentation, laser pointer, and you, and hear you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so this application proposes demolition of existing buildings and the erection of 2 buildings for use as a builder's merchant and associated developments. The applicant is Travis Perkins. So the site is located within an existing industrial estate along Caldham's Lane. So there's Caldham's Lane which runs along here. There are 5 buildings on the site already which have been used as light industrial. B8 use, the predominant use on the site. The industrial estate is surrounded by neighbouring properties along Rosemary Lane towards the west, Church End to the north, and Caldham's Lane to the south. So this is just the existing street scenes at the moment. So top image just shows where the existing access is at the moment, the existing buildings. You can see the grass verge along the frontage with trees and a low-lying brick wall. And then the image below is just showing a view looking back up towards the side with the other access further along Caldham's Lane. So these are the existing sections. So this is just the frontage, just showing the height and scale of the existing buildings on the site, with 2 access points there. And then this is the section drawing looking from the southeast boundary towards the northwest boundary, looking through the site of the existing buildings within the middle. And that's just a further view looking towards the northwest as well. So in terms of principal development, obviously the applicant is Travis Perkins, who currently operates from a site on Devonshire Road, which is just shown on this image here. This site is deemed unsuitable for operations for a builder's merchant in its location, primarily due to the high footfall along Devonshire Road and near Mill Road, in terms of vehicles using the access or accessing the site, such as HGVs and delivery lorries, and causing a lot of noise disturbance upon neighbouring properties. The application site for the relocation is allocated as an employment site in the local plan, which is indicated by E4 within the purple area shown on this extract from the local plan. Although the policy states that the site should be used for employment uses such as office use and B8 use, or storage and light industrial uses, and the builder's merchant falls under sui generis use, which falls slightly outside those uses. Officers consider that the proposed use still forms an element of employment use, and is far more suitable to accommodate an industrial a builder's merchant within an industrial estate on Caldham's Lane compared to the existing site which Travis Perkins operate from. So the proposed layout site plan, the existing access will be retained but slightly widened for HGVs to enter into the site. As you can see, there are 2 buildings proposed within the site. So this is a smaller unit located along the frontage of Coldham's Lane, and this is a larger unit located along the eastern boundary of the site. The site itself will adopt a one-way system for vehicles to move around in a one-way system. The hashed areas indicate open storage areas, which will comprise storage areas of materials. Central area will be accommodated for customer car parking and customer cycle parking as well, with 2 disabled parking spaces. There are also loading areas for customers to use as well on the either side of the site. Several crossings for pedestrians to make it for safety reasons and to slow cars and vehicles down. Towards this side of the site would be staff car parking and staff cycle parking as well, which will be further tucked away. And the grass verge will be retained and enhanced as part of the landscaping, which I'll touch on later, and existing trees are also to be retained. Further to the north will be loading and unloading of lorries for delivery purposes, further away from the access and customers from the site. So this is the elevations of Unit A, which will be that long building situated along the eastern boundary. This will just purely be used for internal storage purposes only, and will be accessed via shutter doors, as you can see. This is the elevation facing inwards into the site. Then this is the elevation facing outwards away from the site. Then that's just the floor plan area of Unit A. This is Unit B, which will be situated along the frontage of the sites facing Coldham's Lane. There'll be a mix of materials such as larch cladding and metal cladding to help break up the front elevation facing Coldham's Lane. Also a lot of glazing to help create an active frontage along Coldham's Lane to sort of create some visual interest within the street scene. This building requires 2 floors. It will have a showroom on ground floor and a mezzanine on top floor. So this just shows the ground floor. So the main entrance will be along the front of the building, fronting Coldham's Lane. Then this will be the showroom with associated offices. And then this just shows the first floor, which will be used as mezzanine, and again, office use as well. So the top image is just a street scene showing Unit B along the frontage. Hopefully you can see the dashed line of the existing building. So as you can see, the proposed Unit B will be slightly higher than the existing building, but minimal difference in height and scale. And as you can see, it resembles a similar height and scale to neighbouring buildings within the industrial estate on either side of the site. So therefore, officers consider the overall scale and design of the building to be in keeping with the character of the industrial estate. Below, just 2 CGI images. The one on the left just shows where the main access will be, showing just where cars would access with Unit B and the soft landscaping front verge. And then this on the right, the right image just shows the exit point, showing Unit B and Unit A there. So in terms of neighbour amenity, there are obviously a number of neighbour amenities within the near vicinity, but there are 2 main neighbour amenity receptors which are situated close to the site. One of these is the office conversion, which was granted through prior approval, which is situated along the western boundary of the site, which is under construction at the moment. And the neighbouring properties immediately to the southeast of the site along Coldham's Lane. So the distances, this just shows the relevant distances between the 2 buildings and those neighbouring properties. As you can see, these are the office conversion to flats here. Unit B would be situated 33 metres and Unit A would be situated 77 metres away from the office conversion. And Unit B would be situated 35 metres from the properties along Coldham's Lane. These distances are considered to be satisfactory to not result in any significant overbearing, overlooking or overshadowing impact upon these neighbouring properties, is therefore acceptable. Transport. A transport assessment was submitted with the application, which concluded that the proposed use will result in less vehicle trips than existing light industrial uses on the site. The applicant has provided a further technical note to demonstrate this, which was included on the amendment sheet, which was sent around, I think, yesterday, which addresses the net HGV trips generated between existing use and the proposed use. So this found that the existing daily HGV trips associated with the existing use, 115, and the proposed daily trips of the HGV trips of the proposed use is 60, which would result in the net overall decrease in HGV trips, and therefore the impact of HGVs on the surrounding road network is not considered to be significant in this instance, and there are no objections from highways on this. A condition is recommended by officers to secure the production of a delivery and servicing plan, which will provide HGV routing options via the main roads and avoid the surrounding residential streets. So this will allow officers to secure details of routing trips or routing options of the HGVs accessing the site mainly along Colms Lane, which will not include residential streets. Finally, the applicants provided a landscaping scheme, which just shows the retention of the existing trees and the provision of additional trees and hedging and wildflower grass lens to the front of the site and hedgerows on the eastern boundary as well as bird and bat boxes to enhance biodiversity within the site as well. These are secured through conditions which are recommended by officers. So in summary, officers consider the site as acceptable and accommodating a builder's merchant use, which will provide a more suitable location for Charles Perkins to operate from compared to the existing site on Devonshire Road, and is therefore acceptable in principle. The overall scale and design of the proposed development is in keeping with the scale and appearance of the district site and is acceptable subject to conditions, secure materials. Given the separation distances between the proposed buildings and neighbouring buildings, as well as the conditions recommended to safeguard neighbouring properties from noise and disturbance, no significant impacts upon the amenity of neighbouring properties considered to arise. The transport assessment and the further technical note demonstrates the proposal will result in less vehicle trips when compared to existing use, and therefore no significant impact upon the highway is considered to arise. Enhanced landscaping and biodiversity measures are in place and secured through conditions, and therefore overall officers recommend the application for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dean. First speaker is Tim Rainbird, agent. Tim, are you with us? Yes, I can see your TR there on the screen. So if you want to, there we are. Hello. Do you want to lose the summary then, please? Thanks very much. And you could maybe turn your camera off a minute, Dean, and we can just see Tim. Hello, Tim.
Chair, can you hear me?
Afternoon. Yeah, hear you fine. Thanks. A little bit quiet. Maybe speak up a bit. So you have 3 minutes to speak, Tim, when you're ready. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, Chair. And
Be quiet, Tim. Just speak up a bit or get the microphone closer or something, please.
How's that, Chair?
Fantastic. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. I'm Tim Rainbird, Board Director, Planning Consultancy Quad, and the agent representing my client, Travis Perkins, who own the application site. My client welcomes your officer's recommendation to approve this application for a new builder's merchant, which they would occupy and operate. If approved, the proposal would facilitate the relocation of the heavily constrained Travis Perkins branch on Devonshire Road, as you've heard, which is identified as a proposal site in your local plan. The application site forms part of the wider church and industrial estate, which has been designated in your local plan for employment uses such as that proposed. As a consequence, the application has resulted in just 4 objections from local residents, and those concerns have been addressed by the proposals through appropriate mitigation. As you have heard from your officers, the scheme provides a purpose-built builder's merchant. The design has evolved through both pre-application discussions and since submission of the application 12 months ago. Working closely with your technical officers, the layout has been refined to ensure all your planning policies are met. It is also important to note that the proposed development, as you've heard, will result in a reduction of 55 HGV movements across the day when compared to the extent of lawful use of the site. The impact of existing HGV movements on the local highway network will therefore be reduced as a result of this scheme. This will be a benefit to cyclists, pedestrians and the residents of Cherry Hinton. To ensure further comfort on the control of HGV movements, the applicant has committed to providing a delivery and servicing plan secured by planning condition. This will provide additional controls to manage HGV traffic on local roads and importantly will prevent HGV movements on residential streets. Overall, the proposed development is acceptable in principle and there are no objections from any statutory consultees including highways, urban design, environmental health, planning policy and your landscape officer. Turning to the scheme benefits, the proposed development will give rise to the following. The protection and creation of 25 full-time jobs, the creation of further jobs through the construction stage, new business rates, private sector investment of more than 13 million, and the further regeneration of Travers Perkins' existing branch on Devonshire Road, which forms part of the wider Mill Road opportunity area. To sum up, the approval of this application will facilitate the redevelopment of an allocated employment site for a suitable employment use. We've worked closely with your officers for nearly 2 years to secure the optimum proposals which are supported by all statutory consultees. Despite this support, further mitigation has been put forward by my client in the form of a delivery and servicing plan, and this plan will prevent HGVs on residential streets and ensure that all deliveries to the branch approach and leave the site from the northwest whenever possible. The application has a strong recommendation for your officers, and I hope you can support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Great. Okay, if you want to turn your camera off, you're welcome to carry on listening to the debate, though. Councillor Ashton, you're next to speak. So, Councillor Ashton is a ward councillor. The item is in Cherry Hinton. Councillor Ashton is a Cherry Hinton councillor. When you're ready, councillor.
Thank you, Chair. One of the other ward councillors we're going to speak this morning, our Mayor, Councillor McPherson, but he's had to dash off to an engagement. So you could have had 2 ward councillors speaking, but you've just got me. I'm sorry about that. First of all, Chair, I'd like to thank you for your comments on the last one, that you take into account local residents and traffic as well, and I'll come to that later on. Interested that this is going to bring real benefits to Cherry Hinton. The answer from local people is it ain't going to bring any benefits to Cherry Hinton. They're relocating from an already congested part of Cambridge, while they're moving to another congested part of Cambridge, which is going to get even more congested. Land north of Cherry Hinton is set to be built on shortly, which will bring 1,600 homes just round the corner from where they are. Anderson's have put an application in for building just down the road from that one as well, meaning more traffic as well. Interestingly, that on this site, there is no other retail unit as such. So we're going to have far more comings and goings with traffic to a builder's merchant than we have on that site. There was no mention of WeBuyAnyCar.com, which parks the trailer just probably 10, 20 metres from where they're proposing this building. And he has to park there to load up his cars at least once a week, twice a week, and he's there for half an hour causing traffic problems. I know the county council say there won't be any traffic problems, and they always have a famous term, we will mitigate for traffic. As a councillor for 11 years, I've never seen mitigation they put in that solved any traffic problems. Residents are really concerned about how much traffic this will bring to our already congested part of Coldham's Lane. And again, I've got nothing wrong with the builder's merchant. It looks wonderful. It looks as though it's going to be a great building. It looks it's going to create fantastic opportunities, but it's not the right place. And it's a bit like when you're waiting for a bus. You don't get one come along and then you get 2. Because just around the corner from this proposed site, we've got Ridgeons, a builder's merchant as well. So we've already got a builder's merchant in Cherry Hinton, so we don't really need 2. So we are very concerned in Cherry Hinton about the extra traffic, the extra vehicle movement this is going to bring. And again, if we look at some of the landscape officer's concerns on page 68, he's raising following concerns. And I don't want to read them all out because I know people can read, but they said the proposals do not meet the mitigations required. The drainage officer had problems as well, which haven't been sorted out. So there are concerns being already muted about this. And if I have to make a constructive suggestion, what I would point out is if that we had a periphery road which could be built, that would alleviate these HGVs. And I know a lot of people now associate me with the term periphery, and I probably will be called Mark Periphery Road Ashton. But Cherry Hinton is becoming absolutely clogged, and there is space to build a periphery road. And if these developers get together, put their heads together, we can have a proper relief road that would take traffic to and from these sites without any problems. And it's interesting, on a road not too far away, Fulbourn Road, Yarrow Road, which is a fabulous road, which is a periphery road and a good main road as well, an application was made for a large building, but that was turned down on the concerns of being overbearing and traffic. So we've already got an example where we've turned down applications because of traffic and overbearing. So, you know, I recommend to the committee that they think long and hard about this proposal. Yes, it might tick all our planning boxes that you can tick, but sometimes we need to look underneath that and the effect it will have on residents. So again, fantastic building, fantastic job opportunities, but it's not the right place unless we can mitigate these traffic measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So just before we start, I'll just say I have a Travis Perkins membership shopping card, whatever it's called. But I don't think that's going to affect I know it's not going to affect my decision today. I also shop at Ridgeons and various other places. So just also now say on what Councillor has just said, Councillor Ashton, the periphery road is not part of this planning application, just to be clear. So, councillors, yes, Councillor Dryden.
First of all, Chair, you could have further travel to get to the new Perkins. That is my point. No, Councillor Ashton said bits and pieces I've already had, so I won't repeat what he said, because I was concerned with the traffic, particularly down that Coldham's Lane, all the stuff that's going on there in the future. Surely we should have some sort of master plan for this area. Because since I've been a councillor now, 27 years, I've been complaining about Coldham's Lane, a small road. We keep adding and adding. Every time I ask about what's happening here, they said this is a development on its own, but it's all adding up. At the moment, I mean, I know you get people travelling from Cherry Hinton to get to Cambridge can take 45 minutes to an hour some mornings. Just from that, I mean, if you can walk, you're probably better walk the cycle, but not everybody can do that. So the traffic, I mean, they've got to look at this more serious, the traffic down that area. And as Councillor Ashton said, the Peterhouse Technology Park, at the other end of Cherry Hinton, got refused because of traffic. And they've got a lot better roads in that area than Coldham's Lane. So, again, it doesn't make sense to me why we let this one recommend it and another one you refuse. Because if this one's recommended, surely the one at Peterhouse should have been passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, thank you. Like Councillor Ashton, I think the buildings seem very appropriate. This is an area that is designated for this sort of use, so it's spot on target. The traffic, though, is a concern. I'd like to investigate the officers or the figures. There is an argument that HGV use will reduce. I'm not quite convinced why that might be. And I'd like to ask, is this only from Travis Perkins? Does this traffic list, these numbers, include customers going in? Because it seems very low if it includes customers going in. Now I'm going to move on from there, and I'm going to push at the boundaries like Councillor Dryden did a bit about this boundary road. We had a site come up about a year ago that went to a drawed vote on the basis that there wasn't a good access into Cambridge for cycles and pedestrians. Now, this is not exactly the same, but this traffic will be new traffic using the Cambridge roundabout and that awful bridge where it's not possible for two HGVs to pass each other and is exceptionally dangerous for pedestrians. Now, under LTN 120, I'm not sure if it would be a good reason to turn this down if we thought pedestrians were put at risk, because we're going to see another 150 vehicles a day, HGVs a day potentially, if I've read it right, or maybe it's 80 or 60 a day going through that bridge. Now, this will be in addition to all the other vehicles that are going through this bridge. It's inappropriate for pedestrians. It's unsafe. There was at one time a barrier on this bridge to protect pedestrians, but it's been taken away. And so, given that two HGVs can't pass under the bridge and that it's not safe potentially for pedestrians, would that be in itself enough of a reason, this is a question to officers, to actually turn this down? Because it is exceptionally dangerous at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to be clear, I believe, are you talking about the bridge by the Sainsbury's petrol station? Yeah, it's a train bridge, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Porra?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a few other points, and I'll be interested to hear the responses about the traffic. Could I just check with the officer? I noticed the access officer wanted a disabled toilet. It's a little vague in the wording in paragraph 8.18. So it says it could have a door wide enough. So I'd just like to clarify that that is an accessible toilet. And if not, can we make a condition to ensure that it is implemented as such? The landscape officer talks about substations needing screening, and I just would be grateful if Dean could clarify which those are. I think they're the green boxes we can see, but I'd just like to be sure. And also, the landscape officer talks about whether more trees could be put in the open areas. I'm imagining there's probably a reason they weren't, but I'd like some comfort on that, please. I also want to just check, these aren't flat roofs, so they wouldn't qualify, as I understand it, for green or brown roofs. But again, I think the substations might, so I'd like that included if possible, please. At the front, the boundary treatment is obviously there and it's an improvement in terms of biodiversity, but I'm guessing the biodiversity level is pretty low already, as it says in the report. Could we perhaps look at strengthening some of the greenery at the front? Because at the moment we've just got a couple of trees and some very low-level planting. I don't know whether something higher might be appropriate. I'd be grateful for their views. And finally, as I always say, do we have any provision for cargo bikes? I appreciate it's Travis Perkins. They will probably not be loading 12-foot pieces of wood onto a cargo bike, but actually you do see people taking stuff home from various similar outlets in cargo bikes. So could I ask for a minimum of an informative just to advise the applicant that that might be sensible? Because I think, to pick up on Councillor Bajan's point, we want fewer cars, we want more cycles, so it would be good to have a sufficient parking for all kinds of bikes, including cargo and adapted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, just before I say a couple of things, the landscape officer points on landscaping around the substation area is in 6.2. That was the bit you're referring to there. And it's been said earlier that this isn't the right place and we need a master plan. Well, we have a local plan and it is the right place because that's where the local plan says that this sort of building should be. So I have to disagree with that. The traffic element is a concern that's been raised by councillors, so perhaps the officer can sort of illuminate on that. But let's just remember, councillors, we've been here before and we've got evidence in front of us on the amendment sheet. I presume you've all got a copy of the amendment sheet, which says that HGV traffic will be reduced. So if there's any increase in traffic that you're alluding to, you need to provide, well, we need evidence really, but unless it's different sort of traffic, perhaps it's user traffic, but the officer can tell us that, I guess. Okay, so back to you then, Dean, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, in terms of the traffic generated by proposal, the applicant has submitted a transport assessment and a further technical note demonstrating that the traffic movements in and out of the site would be less than the existing. The transport assessment team from the county have also assessed this and have raised no objections. In addition, there was also a travel plan submitted with the application, which is actually conditioned by condition 23 to alleviate or encourage more sustainable modes of transport to and from the site. So in terms of the vehicle impact on the surrounding roads, it's not considered significant in this instance to refuse the application, and that's been supported by the transport assessment team at the county and the local highway authority. In terms of the bridge comment, that vehicles wouldn't be able to pass under a bridge further up the Colmes Lane. Obviously, condition 27, which will secure the delivery and servicing plan, that will form also a routing plan for vehicles. So that will be investigated by officers as part of the discharge of that condition, and we'll obviously make sure that vehicles can access the site by avoiding surrounding residential streets as much as possible to alleviate that concern. So officers feel that the impact upon the surrounding road network is not significant in this instance to refuse the application on those grounds, and that we have recommended sufficient conditions to mitigate any impact associated with the proposed developments. Moving on to Councillor Pora's comments regarding the disabled toilet. Yes, there is a disabled toilet on the ground floor of Unit B, and it is of a sufficient width to allow disabled access. So that is included on the floor plans provided. The two substations, yes, are those green boxes on those CGI images as you access the site. There is a screening condition, condition 7, I believe, on the top of my head, just to secure sufficient screening details of those substations to prevent any significant visual harm as you enter the site. Trees, yes, there are obviously existing trees along that grass verge along the front of the site which are to be retained as part of the landscaping scheme, which will be obviously secured through the approval of that plan. There is also a landscaping condition 6 recommended, which will secure all hard and soft landscaping details, which will encourage the applicant to provide as much soft landscaping as possible. So that will be secured via that condition. In terms of the cargo bikes, yep, I'm happy to add an informative on if that's what members wish. And there's no comment about the flat roofs of substations. It seems slightly unreasonable to request flat green roofs on the substations, given that they're quite a minor element of the development. Obviously, the two main buildings, Unit A and B, are not flat. There are obviously gently sloping roofs, but they're not completely flat, so it's unreasonable to put a condition on to secure those as green and brown roofs. But I think the substations, putting a condition on to secure those as green roofs is unreasonable in this instance. I think that's everything, but apologies if I've missed anything else. Thank you.
Yeah, you missed the access officer comments on the toilet door.
Oh, sorry, I thought I addressed that. Yes, there is a toilet provided on the ground floor of Unit B, which is a sufficient width to allow disabled access.
Thanks for that, Dean. Thanks for confirming. Okay, might be a few more questions, Dean. We'll see. Yes, Councillor Dryden.
Follow up on the HGV and traffic. For years now, that area we've had deliveries for cars on the garage motors across the road. It parks up on the pavement. It damaged the pavement. It's been happening for years. And Councillor Asher's We Buy Any Car. I've seen actually 3 car loaders there on the pavement. It's damaged the pavement. We complain to the highways regularly for many years now, and nothing ever happens. So I can't be sort of confident that these new plans for this development's going to be any better than what's already happening. Because they don't seem to do anything. I've seen these plans go before, traffic plans. It looks good on paper, but in reality it doesn't normally work.
Councillor, any more? Councillor Porro.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dean, for answering all of those questions. Personally, I quite like a flat roof with a green bit on the substations. Frankly, we put them on cycle stores and bin stores, which are far smaller. So, I mean, if Nigel and Toby and Dean feel it's unreasonable, but I don't think it is particularly. They seem quite sizable. And also, are there bin stores with flat roofs? Because I quite like a green roof on that as well, please. But I don't feel very strongly if people feel it's not possible. But I just note they seem to be quite bigger than the cycle stores we normally impose that condition on in a residential house, if I'm right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I know you want to speak, Councillor Bajan, but I've remembered that Toby wanted to speak with regard to something, I think, about traffic possibly, but anyway, you say.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was just on the traffic and some of the wider points. I think the point that officers would make with this site is that it is an existing employment site with existing B8 buildings on there with that lawful use. What you have before you actually is a reduction in terms of the floor space that's going to be on the site and a reduction in the number of HGVs that are anticipated to service the site compared to the lawful use. So you've heard the applicant say that in that respect there will be a betterment in terms of in particular HGV movements to and from the site, and there is a condition that officers have recommended that seeks to control the routing. What I would say about that condition is that when it comes to the vote, we will probably need to amend it very slightly to ensure that whatever routing plan is submitted for approval, that it is actually implemented. That is a missing part of that condition, and apologies for that oversight. It might be helpful in terms of Councillor Dryden's concerns just for Dean to indicate on the plan where the loading and unloading areas are shown, because my understanding is that there is an area set aside for HGVs to unload from the lorries that will be coming. I've also had, I'm aware of the height restriction in relation to the bridge at the western side of Coldham's Lane near Sainsbury's. My discussions with the applicants are that the type of HGVs that Travis Perkins utilise to deliver their goods to their sites would not fall foul of that height restriction. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Toby. So go back to Councillor Bajan. Now you had a question, Councillor.
Chair, yeah, also a point of information. Electrical substations are made with a lightweight roof so that when they explode, which they occasionally do, it can go upwards and rather than sideways. So probably putting a roof on it would actually impact on that. So I think that's how it used to be. I don't know about now. This is not for me a matter of refusal. It's a matter of information. We are going to continue to see traffic being pushed through that railway bridge. And this is new traffic. I think when they talk about a reduction, are they talking about a reduction from the current Travis Perkins site, or are they talking about a reduction from what used to be on the old site? And I'll let you perhaps in a minute, Toby, but I think that bridge is a significant danger to cyclists, to pedestrians, and to other road users, because it won't take two HGVs passing each other, so they have to stop. Or sometimes they do go through, and of course then they go up on the pavement under the bridge. It's very dangerous. So at some point, somebody's going to have to deal with this, because I know I can't say, oh yes, we nearly turned it down before, and there's going to be another one in 6 weeks' time. But at some point, probably councillors will dig in on this and go, enough. And it would be much better if the cost of making any changes was shared between all potential landowners in the way that you might do with a back alley if you remade it. But certainly, it's significant, this bridge. It's significant in Cambridge's traffic planning system.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go back to the officer there. I think perhaps if you can talk about Network Rail's responsibility, I presume it's Network Rail for the bridge, and how that affects or doesn't affect this application today, please, Dean.
Chair, it's probably better that I answer that,
Okay, go ahead, Toby, yeah.
that question. So, obviously, when a committee is looking at a planning application, you can only seek mitigation that is arising out of the impact of a proposal. And I've explained to members that actually here there is a betterment in terms of HGV movements predicted from what is the existing travel movements on the site on Coldham's Lane, which has B8 storage and distribution use. So it would be unreasonable to adopt a position of seeking mitigation for that bridge from this development proposal. It is a matter that has been proposed by by Andersons as part of their proposal for land south of Coldham's Lane, which will be generating new trips onto the network, and it's a matter that will come before committee when that application is written up at some point in the future by officers. But I don't think that is a matter for today.
Thank you, Toby. Did you want to come back at all, Councillor Bailent, on that? You've been told no, so...
No, very happy with that, Chair.
Happy, good, okay. Thanks for that. Any more? No? So I agree with Councillor Poor that green roofs would be good on the electricity substation if that is possible. Maybe we'll check with the case officer on that, further to what Councillor Bailent said about them in his experience. And also, just to follow up on what Councillor Poor also said in 6.2, so it seemed to me, unless it's already been done somewhere else in the report, that there seemed to be the need for more trees, wildflowers and so on around the electricity substation. And I wonder if we could have that as well as a condition, I think, probably, rather than informative, probably. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, so back to you then, I think, Dean.
Thanks, Chair. I personally don't think green roofs on substations is reasonable in this instance, for reasons I've said before, unless Toby and Nigel think differently to me. I think it's slightly unreasonable and unnecessary in this instance. In terms of number of trees, the applicant is proposing a number of trees along the frontage, and the landscape officer did say that more trees could be incorporated in the site, but that's secured through condition 6, which secures those details. So officers consider that matter is covered.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dean. Any more debate? Anyone? No? Okay, so recommendation then, please, Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is approval subject to conditions set out in the officer's report, with the added condition on the amendment sheet and the amended condition on the amendment sheet. And, Chair, with a further amendment to the additional condition on the amendment sheet to include implementation of the routing plan and an additional informative around encouraging the provision of cargo bikes, and delegated powers, please, Chair, to make those amendments and draft informative. Thank you. In relation to the green roofs on the substation, I agree with the case officer. I think that's unreasonable. We don't know that it's achievable. They're different types of structures. I would steer you away from that, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bailent, you had your hand up.
Yeah, cargo bikes and tricycles, Chair.
Barbara Goodbiteson, what?
Tricycles.
What's a tusker? Oh, tricycle, sorry, yeah. Say it, just say it.
Yes, we can add reference to tricycles in the informative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those that support that recommendation?
3 in support, Chair.
All those against?
1 against, Chair.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Ashton, for coming to speak. It's just after 12:30 now. We've got one more major item. Do you want to carry on, councillors, or do you need a break now? Carry on? No.
That's the one we're going to ask if it can go on the delegate.
Oh, there was a point about that item, councillors. So the next item, yeah. So do you want to explain that then, please, Nigel?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair. So for the next item at 149 Cherry Hinton Road, it's on the agenda because there were objections from third parties, but all those objections have now been withdrawn. So it does not need to be determined by the Planning Committee. So we would like to change our recommendation to one of delegated powers to determine the application, please, Chair.
This is something we need to take a vote on here, I presume, yeah. So did everyone understand what Nigel said? So the protocols of the council mean that this item does not need to be decided by this committee because there have been no objections effectively. So if everyone's happy with that, I support that. We'll let officers have delegated decision-making on this. So all those in favour of doing that?
That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much. So in that case, I think we will take a break now then, shall we, before we start the minors? We might as well. So if we stop now and come back at 1:10 then, please, councillors and officers.
in Cambridge. The courses offered at St Andrews include GCSEs, pre-A level, A levels, and 11 university foundation courses. The students are aged 15 to 19 years old. As I've mentioned, no extensions or additions are proposed as part of the application. The plans for St Andrews College to grow in terms of student numbers was noted in the Assessment of Student Housing Demand and Supply study, which was conducted in 2017. This study stated that St Andrews intends to accommodate all of their students in purpose-built student accommodation that they own, but is not within their main site. The college is seeking to grow to meet the high demand and requires a site that can provide high-quality accommodation for their students. The next few slides will show the proposed elevations and floor plans for the Anstey Hall building and the Curtis listed outbuildings that are proposed to be converted. I won't spend too much time on these, as I've mentioned. There's no external alterations proposed as part of this application to the buildings themselves. So you've got the elevations there for buildings 1 to 7, and you've got 8 to 10 there. Moving on to the floor plan, this is the lower ground floor plan of the main Anstey Hall building. You've got the ground floor plan, so this includes student accommodation, dining facilities, ancillary teaching spaces, and social breakout areas. The first floor plan, again, a mixture of student bedrooms and breakout spaces. Second floor plan, entirely student bedrooms and bathrooms. And the first floor plan of building 2, again, student bedrooms and bathrooms, and that's the same for all of the buildings. So I'll just flick through these slowly. All of the ancillary buildings are proposed to be converted into student bedrooms, and each of the units are proposed to have access to bathroom and ensuite. So looking at the site layout, in terms of car parking provision, 23 car parking spaces, inclusive of 4 electric vehicle parking spaces, are on the site in total. Given the car parking spaces already exist on site, it's not been considered reasonable to require the removal of these spaces. The scheme includes adequate space for coach parking within the site, and cycle parking provision includes 70 covered spaces within the ground floor of building 8. These will be covered, secure, and in a convenient location close to the main entrance of the site. You've got 56 double stacker spaces and 14 Sheffield stand spaces. The proposals exceed the minimum cycle parking standards set out in the local plan. So a Section 106 agreement will be entered to restrict the use of the building outside of term times and to prevent students from keeping motor vehicles in the city of Cambridge. To conclude, the proposal would make good use of an existing building by providing additional student accommodation. The development will preserve and enhance the setting of the Grade 1 listed building and respect the character of the Trumpington Conservation Area. The development would not have any significant adverse impacts on residential amenity of the neighbouring occupiers, and approval is recommended subject to the completion of the 106 and conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Aaron. I've just asked a question of Nigel, so I'm just going to hold on with debate till I get an answer to that. The question is, why are we hearing this item today in committee as there aren't any objections? I'm sure there's a good reason, but I just think we need to have the reason before we start the debate. So we'll just hold on till we get the answer. Unless you can answer, Aaron.
There was an objection on the listed building consent reference number, which, although it wasn't on the full application, the issues that were raised sort of related to this application, so I took it into account and thought it was necessary to bring it along to the meeting, as it was raising material considerations.
Okay, thanks for that, Aaron. So correct me if I'm wrong, but just to make it clear to everyone listening online and so on, there are 2 items here. One is this item we're talking about at the moment, and the next one is the listed building consent, which is a separate planning item, has to be heard separately and voted on separately. And as you just said, the objection was to the second item, the listed building consent item, which affects this application too. So there is a reason for it to be here today, to be debated by councillors. So in that case, over to councillors for debate. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about the listed building one, but I'll bring that up under a separate item. I just wanted to check with Erin, the officer. It says there'll be 6 wardens on site, which is great. I just want to check where they're sleeping, because these are all student rooms. I don't have a problem with them using the student rooms, but I just wanted to be clear, because obviously these are quite young children as well as young adults. So if the officer could just talk, is the assumption that 6 wardens will just take 6 of those ensuite rooms? As ever, I'd like to ask for an informative about cargo bikes for cycle parking. I know it's probably slightly less important, but there may be people with disabilities, for example, and whether the officer could comment whether the parking spaces are suitable for a disabled adapted car. And just also to confirm, I know it's obviously a listed building, but my understanding is some of the ground floor rooms would be accessible for wheelchair users. So I'd be grateful if you could just confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more debates? Back to you then, Aaron, then please for that.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the wardens, I haven't got the detail of which rooms they'd be occupying, but yeah, I'd assume they'd just take a number of the rooms they need within the site. I think that's more of a management issue. Obviously, I know it's a management issue for the St Andrews to consider, rather than something we need to take into account. Cargo bikes informative, yeah, happy to add that in. Disabled car parking, if I just share my screen. To bring up the site plan. So you can see there's quite a large, although we haven't got any specifically referenced disabled car parking spaces labelled on the plans. There's a lot of space for car parking within the site as existing. And as I've mentioned, we're going to have a 106 that's stopping students from keeping cars on the site or within Cambridge. So I don't think, I think you can see there's plenty of space within the site for vehicles to park. And there's got the EV charging spaces there. Another point. So the blue dashed line shown on the site plan here is for the disabled access. They've got I've got confirmation there's a ramp in place that's used to access the building. So none of the rooms are actually shown as being fully accessible. But the applicant's intending to, this application is seeking to sort of establish the principle, and then further changes will be made, and it's likely that a further application will be submitted to make the changes internally for potentially a lift as well within the building. They've made that clear in their design and access statement that is an aspiration the applicants have. Let's go to the ground floor plan. So yeah, the access would be in this access here for the level access, and although there are large bedrooms on the ground floor with large bathrooms as well, they're not fully accessible at the moment. The building currently operates as a hotel and wedding venue without that arrangement as well. So yeah, that's that point. I think that was all of your points, Councillor Ford, but correct me if I'm wrong, please.
So, Councillor Ford, do you want to come back?
No, that's fine. I just note that condition 9 actually says nobody except students can live in it. Surprisingly, having argued against it, I'm fine for that to be amended slightly, that possibly we need to include the staff, because obviously this isn't like a student block where the staff could also be students. These will be adults as I understand it. So I just wonder if you might want to look at condition 9 to, otherwise we may end up finding we can't have any wardens there at all if they're over 18. Thank you.
Respond to that, Aaron?
Sorry, through you, Chair, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, I think if we can seek delegated powers to amend that condition wording to make it clear that we are accepting wardens living on site as well.
Okay, and just also to check, I understand that the use of the building outside of term time is conditioned, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So it's within the wording of condition 9, and also within the 106 there'll be a clause as outlined here. But so outside of term times and during the summer months, the accommodation will only be occupied by students studying educational institutions within Cambridge, conference delegates, or others attending institutions linked to educational functions.
Okay, thanks for that. Any more debate, councillors? Patience.
This out of turn time thing again, does that mean it moves from being an educational establishment to a commercial property at that time? Because this is going to become a repeat question from the floor, I'm sure, that it gets everything free, it doesn't pay council tax and everything else because it's a student occupied place. But if it becomes a commercial premises, for example, say they rent it to a conference, what happens then?
Aaron, can we come back?
Yes, we have actually got another condition which restricts the use. So it will always have to be student accommodation even during the outside of term time. Let me just find the condition number for that. Sorry, just bear with me. Yeah, condition 11. The premises shall be used for residential institution for no other purpose in Class C2. So it might be necessary to amend that 106 obligation to make it clear that it's only for students and exclude conference delegates in this instance.
Thanks, Aaron. So, Councillor Pora?
Sorry, condition 9 says it does include conference delegates. I personally don't mind if it does, but I think we just need to be clear because 11 will now contradict 9, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, this is going to be a simple one, but
Aaron,
just want to make sure we're correct.
Contradicts 9 and 11? I don't know that it does necessarily, but can you confirm? I think Lorraine can help us. Aaron, maybe. Lorraine? That won't be good enough, Lorraine. Use somebody else's because people online won't be able to hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I would suggest that condition 11 be amended because the relevant policy does allow for use of accommodation outside term time by conference delegates. We could amend condition 11 to say the premises shall be used for the purposes specified within the application and for no other purpose, including any other purpose within use class C2. And that would then ensure it would be consistent with the wording of condition 9. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Lorraine. Aaron, you're the case officer. Does that work? Presume it does.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thanks, Aaron.
With Lorraine's advice.
Councillors, are you content with that? Okay, good. In that case, I think we're good to go to the vote then. If I can have the recommendation, please, Nigel, if you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is approval subject to the prior completion of a Section 106 agreement and subject to conditions all as set out in the officer's report, with an amendment to condition 11 to bring it into compliance with the 106 and condition 9, and an additional informative to encourage provision of cargo bikes and delegated powers to amend the condition and draft the informative, Chair. Thank you.
Bicycles from Councillor.
And tricycles.
Oh, tricycles. Tricycles.
The cargo bike informative would include tricycles. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case, let's go to the vote then. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
3, Chair, unanimous of those present.
Thank you, James. In that case, the item is approved. So we go now straight away to the next item, item 9, Anstey Hall, which is the listed building consent, separately voted on. Do you need to say anything about that? I presume you do. Do you, Aaron, before we vote? Use the item.
Yes, no additional presentation needed. Share my screen so I've got the reference number again. Yes, the reference number 210233 LBC, recommended for approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
So, Councillor Pora, you wanted to say something on this item?
Just to say, I think we're missing the informative that's referred to in the previous one, referring to additional permission needed if they want to mount a wall projector or I think it was a screen or something. I'm just trying to find the page number, but I noticed it said in the first thing, there was an objection about damaging the fabric of the building. And we noted that you could add an informative in the list of building consent just to remind the applicants that if they're going to hang something on the walls, they're going to need further consent. So could we just add that? If I find the page, I will tell you. I had it here a minute ago.
Thanks, councillor. Anything else, councillors? Okay, so Aaron, whilst councillor Poor is looking for the page number, can you come back on that?
Yes, that additional informative can be added into the recommendation.
Thanks, Aaron. Councillor Poor, did you need to give us any? That's probably enough, I think, then, is it?
Yeah, that's fine. If Erin knows what I'm talking about, that's great.
Yep. Okay, good. In that case, let's go to the vote on this then. As I said, we have to vote separately on this list of building consents. So if you want to introduce the recommendation, please, Nigel.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is approval as set out in the officer's report with the additional informative we just referred to remind the applicant that further consent will be required for any wall hanging.
Nigel, the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
3, Chair. All in favour, present.
Items approved. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Aaron. So the next item is item 10, land at 64 Cromwell Road. Oh, that's been withdrawn, sorry. Yep. Application has been withdrawn. So the next one is Redfern Close. Redfern Close. Lawrence is the officer, and no public speakers. So Lawrence, if you're ready, then introduce the item, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello, afternoon.
Just give me 1 second, sorry.
Can't hear you. Put your microphone closer to your mouth or something.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Can everyone see that on screen?
Yes, we can see the text. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, this is a Section 73 application for the variation of Condition 2, approved plans, and removal of Condition 5, surface water drainage of planning permission 18/0560/FUL at 1 Redfern Close, Cambridge. The application site is situated along Redfern Close, a cul-de-sac situated within the Arbury ward of Cambridge, and comprises a mixture of pairs of semi-detached and detached dwellings. The site is not situated within a conservation area, and the site falls outside the controlled parking zone. There are no other relevant site constraints. The parent application was approved in 2018, and works have already commenced on site. The application proposes a variation of Condition 2, drawings. The proposed changes include the removal of a first floor window along the side west elevation, removal of number 3 roof lights from the rear roof slope, removal of number 2 chimney stacks, the removal of perforated brickwork from the principal elevation of the front porch, and internal layouts changes, including the reorientation of bedrooms and communal areas, and the removal of an upstairs bathroom. The proposed changes are not considered to have any adverse impact on the visual significance of the approved dwelling or surrounding area, and are considered in keeping with the character of the immediate context, and so are compliant with policies 55, 56, 57, and 58 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. The proposed changes to plans are for exterior design elements only, and the proposals would not give rise to any negative impact with regards to the residential amenity of the existing dwelling or neighbouring residencies. The officer has deemed that the changes included within the proposed variation of Condition 2 are considered minor material amendments and are acceptable. The application includes proposals to remove Condition 5, drainage. Condition 5 of the original permission is now on screen, and in summary requests the provision of drainage and landscaping details in the interest of surface water management. The drainage officer consulted has confirmed their agreement with the scheme proposed. Their initial consultee response requested the provision of further information, highlighting the results of infiltration rate testing on site. The applicant has
has provided results of these tests, which have been informally accepted by the drainage officer. The drainage officer expressed concerns with the removal of condition 5, meaning the condition will now be ensured via compliance, so that the drainage layouts provided are carried out on site. In conclusion, the proposed variation of condition 2 drawings include proposed changes to exterior design elements only. The changes are considered minor material amendments and will not give rise to issues regarding to character or impacts on residential amenity and are therefore considered acceptable. The proposed drainage scheme submitted to address the removal of condition 5 has been agreed to by technical experts within the drainage team and so are considered acceptable, subject to condition 5 becoming a compliance condition as stated. Many thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Lawrence. So, Lawrence, there's just one representation on this item, which is with regard to parking, and the street was not designed for another house, but this application is about previously approved application for a house. So, I presume the objection still stands, does it, even though it's not applicable to this item?
The objection still stands, but it is not applicable to the current application.
I didn't hear what you said then, Lawrence. Just say it again, please.
The comment submitted is not material to the current application on the grounds that the proposals are for exterior design changes and the removal of a drainage condition only.
Thank you. Okay, so councillors, any debate? Councillor Porro.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the officer, the 3, I think, Velux windows being taken away in the roof, is that going to have any impact on the internal amenity? Just because we didn't have the plans of the actual bedrooms, I just wanted to check whether they were from the bathroom that was being removed or whether you think they'd affect the light. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good question. Councillor Bajan, anything? No? Okay, back to you then, Lawrence, then, please, for that question.
Yeah, 1 second, Chair. The removal of roof lights isn't deemed to have any impacts on the internal amenity of the property.
So do you have a plan at all there, Lawrence, of that area underneath where the windows were, or what's happening there, please? You can show on screen.
Yep.
You can use your laser pointer, that'd be good, just to show us what's going on.
Sorry, 1 second.
So whilst you're looking, I mean, I can see that every room has a window. I guess the skylights were additional.
Yes. The skylights were above the bathroom, which has now got a obscured glazed window to the to the front elevation. And the rear rooms all have windows. I'm happy to share the plans from the presentation again for more clarity.
Oh, I can see them, that's right. I think, are you clear, Councillor Porro? Yes, we're clear, that's good. It's a good question, though.
Thank you.
We don't want rooms without windows. So Thank you very much. If
Thank
there's
you,
no
Chair.
more debate, we'll go to the vote then, please. If you have the recommendation, please, Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is approval subject to conditions set out in the officer's report, with condition 5 to become a compliance condition, as set out in the officer's presentation, and delegated powers we'd ask for, please, to amend the condition. Thank you.
Okay, the officer's recommendation is one of approval. Those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous of those present, Chair.
So that item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks, councillors. So next item is items 12 and 13 have been withdrawn. So the next item to consider is item 14. Dean Scrivener is the officer, and we have a speaker on this one, Anna Chowdhury, objector. So, Dean, if you want to present the item first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to share my screen. Can you all see that, Chair?
Yes, see it, thanks.
Okay, so this is an application submitted by the Cambridge City Council's housing team at the former Scottsdale Nursery and Laundry site, which gained outline permission and subsequent reserved matters permission for 27 dwellings on the site, the emission of the existing buildings. So the site is here, edged in red, which is accessed via Hinston Road to the east. So the proposed modifications is, so 10 affordable units were secured at outline stage with a mix of 7 affordable rented and 3 shared ownership. The council proposes to provide all affordable units as affordable rented units with the removal of the 3 shared ownership units secured at outline in section 106. The provision of 40% affordable units will still be delivered on the site, so the Section 106A application is still in accordance with Policy 45 of the local plan. And there's a table there just summarising the main change, just removing the 3 shared ownership units. The main reason behind this change is because of the high demand for one-bed properties, for the demand for affordable rented units, and therefore the change is proposed to remove the 3 shared ownership to increase the number of affordable rents on the site. So in conclusion, the proposal will provide more affordable rented properties for which there's a high demand for. The council's housing team are the applicants supportive of the proposals, and therefore officers recommend approval of the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, so if you want to take your presentation off the screen then. And Anna, if you want to speak when you're ready. Hello, Anna. Perhaps, Dean, if you want to turn your camera off a minute, and then Anna can have the screen. So, Anna, you have 3 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our main objection to this was that we really didn't feel well enough informed as to what was being proposed. The information that was submitted to us and we were asked to comment on, and we did comment at the time, was absolutely scanty. We didn't know that we couldn't even identify which dwellings it was on the site behind us, which were identified as affordable housing. So we raised a number of questions, and I've seen these points raised in the PDF document attached to this agenda. It would have been quite helpful to us to have had a much clearer exposition of the information as is laid out in that document. We wanted to know who the landlord was. We weren't told that initially. I believe it is the council, so that answers one of our questions. But we do feel that it's another opportunity lost for people to be able to get onto the housing ladder in Cambridge. Local recruitment is impacted because young people cannot afford to move into the area and get on the housing ladder. I assume that because it's going to be a council rental, it will be affordable renting, but we do feel that an opportunity has been lost here to provide young people with an opportunity to get onto the housing ladder. I think that was really what we wanted to say. And all I can say again is that I don't feel that we've been treated very fairly because I don't think enough information was shared with us at the right time as local residents. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Thanks for that. So perhaps if you want to turn your camera off now, Anna, but you're welcome to carry on listening to the debate. So, councillors, any debate on this item? Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do share slightly the concerns. I understand the concerns of the residents because I think these are kind of quite complicated ones. And the only reason I think I am more comfortable with it is because we've had a similar debate on a different site with similar issues. My understanding is that the shared ownership houses are quite difficult to sell because of the way current mortgages work. It makes it very difficult because although you're only buying a bit of it, you have to supply financial evidence about the whole value. So I think it would be useful to note in future if the City Council is coming back for more of these, it would be much more helpful to put more in their application so that it is clear to residents why this is happening and they're not sort of being sold off to someone else. My understanding, if the officer can confirm, is that it would still be the City Council. And I imagine the reason is, as I think the officer mentioned, because the demand is such now that there's a lot more demand for affordable rented and it's become much more difficult to market the ones that are for sale. But I'd be grateful if the officer might just want to come back and comment on that, please.
Councillor Bajan, anything? No. Okay, so Dean, if you could do that, answer Councillor Pora's question. And I suppose my question is similar, but just, we haven't got an officer here or an executive councillor with regard to housing or anything like that. So you're going to have to do your best as a planning officer to explain to us everything that Councillor Pora has just asked about, and the resident, Anna Chowdhury, so that we all understand where we are with this change that's being proposed. And I think that would be very useful if you could. I apologise for asking you that question. It's not really your job to do that. Better if someone from housing was here to introduce the item. And I have asked that before on another council housing scheme, but we are where we are. So if you could do your best, please, Dean. I've been told, Dean, that Toby can help as well. So if you want to delegate that to Toby or answer a bit yourself, you know, you're in charge, you're the case officer, it's up to you.
Yeah, well, I'll have a go at answering the question. It's purely because there's obviously a higher demand for affordable rented units across the city. Obviously, those rates will be capped, so the council will still be the landlord for those flats and those affordable units. And therefore they'll still be delivered on the site in terms of 40%. From what I understand, it is more difficult to get on the shared ownership ladder. I mean, I don't know the details myself, but from what I understand from the housing team is that there is simply a more higher demand for affordable rented properties, and therefore this is why the change is being proposed. And I think, as Councillor Pora said, it's quite common nowadays for these type of applications to come forward and be supported. I don't know if Nigel or Toby want to add on anything on that.
Thanks for that, that's excellent. So, Toby, did you want to say anything further?
Not much, Chair, only that I think this is a common problem with this type of application. I think I'm going to be kind of raising it more generally in terms of how we validate them, because often deed of variation applications don't come in with sufficient accompanying text to explain exactly in layman's terms what are the effects of the variation. So I think that's noted, Chair. The other thing, and I apologise for this, it appears to have slipped off the bottom of the report, but the report does not have a formal recommendation. At the bottom there's a conclusion. The recommendation, just for the avoidance of doubt, is for delegated authority for officers to complete a section 106A deed of variation in accordance with the application. Apologies for that, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. And just referring back to Anna's comments then, it sounds like the council has not been so good as it should be really in communicating what's going on here to residents. So that's something to note, I suppose, going forward. And thanks for drawing that to our attention, Anna. So in that case, if there's no more debate, we'll go to the vote. Yep, so Nigel, can we have the recommendation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is to delegated authority to complete a section 106A deed of variation as set out in the officer's report. Thanks.
Thank you for that. So all those in favour of that recommendation?
It's all present, Chair.
Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anna for coming to speak and to Dean. And I think that's the last item of the day. Yeah, so thank you very much, everyone. And yeah, safe journey home. Thank you very much.